Yes. It's Friday and we are going to be streaming. I actually found an idea last night that I want to work on. So welcome everybody. I hope this stream is going to be fun. I think this idea is a pretty good one. I think it can definitely work with the other track that I had that I'm working on that is sort of like close to being finished. I really think it fits well with that sort of like style as that track sounded like. The one that is a little bit, a little bit slower, around, 160-ish? Or 150? I think it was 150 something. That sped up like to drum and bass tempo in the second half. This idea has a similar sound. So, well, maybe not similar, but it kinda feels like it could go in that same direction, which is a really good sign because I had been sort of like looking for other ideas that I can work on that are going to be, you know, somewhat fitting with that track. Yo, Kenny, welcome. You're at work, but you're lurking in the background. That's fine. That's fine. Good to see you here. Yo, Ramon, welcome, like usual. Yeah. So I had this, late night session last night. I think I found the idea at about 6 a.m. in the morning. But I found an idea, so let me switch. And let's set this up. Align it like that. Okay. One moment. Let me grab my nice back cushion so that I don't sit all wrong. And so I sit upright. Okay, good. Yo, Odie, welcome. Just having some people coming in now. We're just getting started. Yeah, so let me show you the idea. So I was playing around, like I said in the last stream. I had an idea in my head, but I didn't know how to make it, right? And anybody who was here in the last stream, which was Sunday, if I remember correctly, no, Wednesday, of course. I've been getting a little bit caught up in which days I've streamed, because lately I've been streaming a little bit more. So if you're free during some more days a week, I lately have been also streaming on Wednesday and Sunday. So not every week, but if I feel like it, then sometimes I'll stream on Wednesday or on Sunday as well. What happened to my hair? It grew because of COVID and not having a barber, and now it's gone again because we went out of lockdown. Simple as that. So yeah, like I was saying, I had that idea. And I was thinking about how to make it, but I couldn't figure out. I had it in my head, and I was just thinking about it, and I was just like, I don't know how I would make that. But then, in that late evening after the stream, I was just playing around, and I started thinking to myself, what if I just try? Because I knew it had to be something doing with distortion that was gonna create the sound, and I was just playing around with a patch that I made, and this is a long clip here, but let me grab this one. So I came up with a patch in Serum, and don't mind these arpeggiators all here, I'll explain that in a bit. I made a patch in Serum, which is a really simple patch. It's literally just a saw wave and this, whatever that wavetable is, with a filter, some distortion with the diode too, which is actually quite interesting. And then the compressor and an EQ. That's literally it. Quite a bit of modulation though, but it's mostly just all mapped to the macros to kind of control the sound and kind of make it change over time. But I was playing around with this patch, and at first I started with this, which was just a very simple sort of like chord progression, as you can see. And this is kind of similar to the chord progression that I set in the last stream as well, because as you know, I said I wanted to make a track in D sharp. So D sharp to B to G sharp. And that repeating over and over again, which is a really... works really well. And that would be D sharp minor, I think. D sharp minor to B major to G sharp minor. So I started playing around with that, and I made that patch. So the patch, let me... The patch is actually really simple, and let me also take the reverb off, because that is just there, and I actually had these reverbs. So it's just a very simple patch, and I started messing with it. So I decided, what if I put on an arpeggiator just to see what it does. So let me see which one, because there's a whole bunch of ones. Well, I can use the first one because that's one that I just been messing with. And I started out with just a rate sync to 1/2. And this did this. And already where the notes start overlapping, because the gate of the arpeggiator is set to 200%, so the notes are triggered every half a beat, or every half a bar, I should say. And the length of the note is then, what is that, 1 bar? Yeah, 1 bar. So they kind of overlap. And when they started overlapping, it started sort of like messing with the distortion, because you then suddenly get 2 notes running into the distortion, and they sort of like start oscillating a little bit. But because the pitch difference of these notes that overlap is really big, because it's most of the time it's only 1 low note and then 1 really high note, it still sounded kind of good, if you get what I mean. Like, if you layer 2 low notes together, it's not going to sound good most of the time, because they just are, they're going to oscillate with each other. It's not going to sound nice with distortion most of the time. Sometimes it can work if the difference is very small, like with a Reese bass. But when you're talking about actual, like, you know, chord intervals, that's most of the time, it's quite a big interval, especially if you have like a minor third or something. Try taking a root note and a minor third and then running that through some distortion, and it's really gonna, well, destroy the sound really badly. But I started playing with that, and I was like, okay. So I had that synced rate, and that was pretty alright. It kind of started overlapping a little bit. You can kind of hear it in some areas. Every time one of those higher ones comes in after a low note, it kind of overlaps the low note. So if I bring the gate down to, let's say, 99 or something below 100, you can hear that it doesn't overlap anymore. See? And then sounds clean. And then as soon as we start bringing the gate up, we get that extra distortion on some of the higher bits. And that's actually something that made me go, oh, wait a second, that's actually pretty interesting. So then I unsynced this, and I started messing with the time. And when it's unsynced, we get this a lot more, because sometimes you just get like, right before one of the low notes comes in, there's just a little extra high note just plays right in front of it. And it really started messing with that, well, with that distortion a lot. So and it started messing with the distortion. Now still, it sounds pretty bad, but don't worry. I love your hair, keep growing it out. Yeah, I tried it a couple of times, but when my hair gets too long, it's just unmanageable. I would like to be, I'm gonna be honest, I would kill for, like, Charlie, Moist Critical length hair. That would be great. But I just don't have the patience. So I started messing with like multiple arpeggiators, just trying out different times and trying out different retrigger modes. So like this one retriggers every beat, and then I have one here that retriggers every 1.5 beats. I started messing with the distance here, like the offset, the modes, and just trying different arpeggiators out to see what it would do to the pattern. See there? 2 notes. That was 2 notes. So sometimes there's just 2 notes really closely together, and that created an interesting sound. So I just kept doing that. I had multiple setups here with different arpeggiators, just trying out different combinations. And that was all fun, like a little bit of a faster one. So that started working pretty well. It still doesn't really sound like anything musical that we can use. But this was all the experimentation phase, so... What? Wait, what? Did I see that correctly? Did somebody seriously send me 110 euros on Patreon? What? Or is that just a bug? What? That must be a bug. Yeah, it's a 10. It's 10 euros a month. What? Why did it say 110? Hey, Odger, Salas, Odger, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but if I just correct me on Patreon, just tell me how to pronounce it correctly if it bothers you. Thanks for the 10 euros on Patreon, man. I'm not sure why it said... Oh, 110. Ah. Did it actually say a different currency? And I just didn't see that. I just thought it was euros. That's funny though. I was like, what? 110. Like, I know on Patreon people can, if they want, I think at least, click when they sign up for a tier, you can click at the bottom, I believe, a knob that says custom pledge, and then you can basically just say Odie. Oh, it's you. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot. No, I think what you can do is you can also do a custom pledge. So then you can actually do like whatever amount that you want. The only downside is that you won't get into one of the tiers. So I don't really, it's still a bit dumb in my opinion. I mean, it's nice that people can donate whatever they want, and if they want, they can donate a huge amount if they want to. But you don't get any of the tiers, so it's like whatever. But I think it's an option that you can do. So, but thanks, man. Thanks a lot. Where were we? Arpeggiator. Oh yeah, this arpeggiator, for instance, here. I started messing with the retrigger time to be really different, like 9/8, and then I set this distance here to 7, which is the perfect fifth. So it's not gonna do like this step right here. If we bring this up to 1, and by default this is set to 12. What it's going to do is every time it has finished playing the notes, it's going to move them up an octave and it's going to play them there. So it's going to repeat it 1 octave higher before going back to the first note. But if you set this distance to 7, then the second time it loops the notes, it's not going to pitch them up an octave, but it's going to pitch them up a perfect fifth, which can be fun. And then if I'm correct, this transpose knob right here, you can set to a scale. So let's say D sharp minor, and then all the notes that it will pitch them up by will or should fall within our scale. So now we get and this was still me just trying to get ideas for what could work, but at this point I was like, yeah, this is gonna work. So I started messing with it, started recording it, and I basically started messing with one of the arpeggiators while recording the output. And that became this huge file here. And I can play you a part of it. I'm not going to play through the entire thing, but this is the same patch here. We have the same patch. And I can also, let me go over what I've done in this patch real quick. So there's a couple of things happening. We have this LFO controlling most of the things here. So it's controlling the wavetable position of this to kind of create a little bit of movement. This one also has the unison on it, so it's adding some width. This one is just a single saw wave, just to give us a nice mono sound. And it's controlling this low pass filter right here, which is creating the main movement. And then we have that running through here. There's no modulation happening on this tab right here. This is all just effects, just static, nothing happening there. And what it's doing is it's actually automating the rate of this LFO. So this LFO is set to envelope mode, and I turn it off of BPM sync, so it's free running, or not free running, so it's in Hertz mode basically. And I just have a bunch of things controlling this rate. So we have the note modulator here, which is controlling this rate, and that's the most... What? What? I think it's broken. Oh, what? I think the alert is broken for Patreon. Let me do something real quick. I'm just quickly gonna turn off the Patreon donations. I should be able to do that. I should be able to do that. It's not there though. That's not real. No, I figured. It would be pretty weird for you to send in 2 donations at once. Looking for the old alert box. Oh, there. Patreon pledges. Let me turn that one off, so it doesn't do that again. I'll see the Patreon pledges after the stream. No, it has done that in the past as well. Then I think sometimes the bot just bugs out, and then it just starts. I had it one time, and it totally freaked me out because there were like, I think it was at the end of a stream, and I switched one of my scenes to like the outro scene of my stream, which reloaded the alert box. And then for some reason, the Patreon bot decided to display all people who had donated in the past month all at once. So it literally just dropped like, I think like 20 notifications in the stream at once, just one after each other. And I was like, what? Are there this many people subbing on Patreon? What? And I went to Patreon. I was like, oh wait. Thanks, Patreon. You made me happy with nothing. So I think it's just that. Well, whatever. It's off now, so it shouldn't pop up again. So yeah, what I was gonna say, we have this note modulator. And I basically set this up so that when the low note hits, it's about here. And then you can kind of see it. See, when that low note hits, that line is around the bottom point here. So I'm just using that to control, to basically just shape anything in here. But it's mostly controlling the rate, or the, damn, I can't speak today, rate. And what it's doing is actually really cool, because by doing this, all the low notes are gonna be long, and the higher notes are automatically going to be shorter and more pluckier, because they have a higher speed on that envelope. And that made this sound really interesting. And I also did that to the amp envelope here with something, I believe. Or maybe not. There's just a bunch of modulations controlling this rate of this LFO. And there's like this one as well, which is then connected to a macro. This basically just makes the rate go like, do a bunch of random movements, and it's just going to speed up and slow down a little bit to kind of throw every modulation off a little bit and kind of give it a bit of randomness, which is cool. And then this one is just a pitch envelope. So at this point, I was messing with that, and I was messing with these arpeggiators and just recording whatever came out. So and you can now also start seeing. Let me change the color of that so we can actually see it. You can also start seeing where these notes overlap, that you get these extra distortion bits, especially when a high note overlaps a low note. So like right here, and then that high note, you can hear that. Like, see how that high note distorts a little bit because of that low note that is still playing? And that is kind of what started happening a lot, and I started messing with it. And then I found those things, and I was like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. See, where that was with me just playing with the arpeggiator not having a time synced. So you get these little bits where two notes hit just right in front of each other. And it was just like, okay. And this started giving me ideas. Now, throughout this entire thing, I suddenly came across this little section at the end. And I'll play you that section. And this section then gave me a huge idea. And that resulted in what I'll play for you after this. So I found this little section. So I was playing with it, and I'll play it from about here. I'll color this in red so you can see which section it is. So I was messing with it. And this started giving me a good bunch of ideas. Like that thing there, that part as well. But then that part comes, and listen to how that sounds. Not that that's the exact part that I used, but I based it off of it. There we go. Did you hear that start? That first part. And then especially that. And I was like, hey, that's actually really cool. These notes that are sort of like... And then followed by that low note with that. And I was like, hey, that's actually pretty cool. So I went on yesterday evening, because this was the evening of the stream, of the last stream. I was like, this happened at about, like I said, 6 a.m. in the morning. And I was like, the next day I woke up and I was like, let me go back to that idea. And I was like, I need to be able to do it, but then be able to control it more. Because using the arpeggiators is great, but it's all random, so it's not really going to be that easy to control. So I was like, let's see if I can write a pattern. And then I wrote this pattern. And this kind of became the pattern that I'm now going to base the track off, probably. I came up with this pattern. Is there reverb on it? That there's a lot of reverb coming from somewhere. Let me just bring it down a bit. So that's kind of a pattern that I came up with. I was like, that's actually pretty cool. And it uses a lot of those high notes followed up by a slightly lower note. Or slightly low note, quite a bit of a low note. And it uses that overlapping thing, especially here at the end as well, to create those little extra things. And I was like, that's really cool. And yeah, that's where this whole thing kind of started from. So I'll play what we have now. And then I guess we'll get started. I have been testing out some drum loops just to see what it would sound like. I'll play it with those drums. Fuck it. Which one was the nice one? Yeah, that one was pretty cool. I'll play it with, yeah, just both of them. Doesn't really matter. So I did one more thing here. Basically just used an arpeggiator with a similar pattern as what I had here. Just took the same pattern. Just took a patch from Omnisphere. Let me show you. I just took this patch from Omnisphere, which is kind of cool. So that's just same notes, but using an arpeggiator again to kind of mess with it a little bit. Running through a portal, an auto filter. Oh, let me show you the individual effects because they quite matter a lot. So we have portal with just a preset, I believe. Yeah, the Dreamy Music Box preset. Just kind of messing with it. Doing some filtering on it. Running that through a vintage verb. And that's basically what I have now for the intro ambience. So, yeah, let me play what we have. And then let's get started. Might be a little quiet, because it's not mixed at all yet. Yeah, so that's what we have. Drums are really just a test. Like I said, it's just a drum loop from a sample pack, just to test out what different drum patterns would sound like. You think the low pass dips too low? Yeah, don't worry, it's all... This is literally a rough sketch made at 6 a.m. in the morning. Don't pay too much attention about the details. Look at it. Does this look like a track that is close to done? It's literally just the first idea of what could become a track. So it's a little bit too early to think about stuff like that. But yeah, I had a couple of drum loops in here that I just started messing with to kind of feel what different drum patterns would do. Like I have this one. And just trying out different patterns to see what we could do drum-wise. And some of them are kind of cool. From all of these loops, I kind of like parts of them, but we'll probably make our own drums and arrange them according to what I like from these. I really like how the kick hits in this loop, for instance. I like how there's pretty much only a kick. Well, there's also a kick here. But maybe that kick, take that one out and just have a kick on the first and then here again on the first. So literally no kicks in between here and the next first beat of a bar. That's kind of cool, kind of a cool sound. Like these kicks could potentially even be gone. Like we just have a kick on that first beat. I really like that. So that's probably something that I'll do in the first section of the drop. It's very musical, yeah, exactly. And that's why I think it works with what the other track sounds like. Because the other track is also pretty musical. Even though it's still bass music and it gets to at some point gets to a drop that's still proper bass music. It's very musical compared to what I would make in the past, right? So even though some of the things I made in the past are still good and I could still finish, they don't really fit with that track that I am super stoked about, right? So I really need some more stuff in that kind of sound, and this one could definitely go there because this pattern has a similar kind of feel. It has that similar kind of musical kind of feeling to it. It just needs to be more cinematic. At first, we're probably gonna have a longer intro as well. So like suspense it a little bit more, get a little bit more, you know, room to build some tension throughout. And then go into a drop. And the drop is gonna have to be a lot better than what this is. I'm actually thinking of having sort of like this entire lead thing. So like imagine no drums being here in this section. So that we're kind of gonna get after this. We're kind of gonna get maybe first a section here where this pattern is introduced with a different instrument. Maybe not even with this one, or it's introduced with just a few of these notes. And then in this section, the full pattern comes in with like, I don't know, an impact transition thing here. Maybe start adding some more orchestration underneath this. And then build up towards a drop where we're probably gonna use the low notes of this sound, because I think that low note of this, that's just a good bass. Like, let's be honest. Work with that as a bass sound, you know, we can make a patch for that as well, something that sounds similar to that. We can just use this patch and kind of tweak it a little bit to make it a better bass, because it's already a pretty good bass. And use that in the drop as like a bass, and then we can use some of these higher parts on top of it to kind of, you know, play around a little bit, add a little bit here and there to kind of still have that sound in the drop as well. But then maybe have this one be played by this one, and then we could maybe have these two notes played by a Reese, maybe do some call and response between two different bass sounds playing the bottom notes of this, and then have like some top elements playing some of these higher parts. In the end, it's all based on a chord progression, right? So we can just... And that's kind of what the other track is doing as well. The other track, it is bass music, and there is a clear sort of like Reese bass in the other track, but there are basically at every moment there is something happening on top of it that indicates that there is a chord progression happening underneath it all, and it's not just playing the note of the bass line, right? Which is what in drum and bass most of the time, let's be honest, when you hear most drum and bass, it's not really like that. You just hear a bass line, and everything around it is mostly just playing whatever the bass line does so that it fits well and lay as well. But I actually want to bring that musical thing that I like so much, that cinematic thing that I like a lot. I want to bring that into the drum and bass that I make. So we have to figure out how to make it work. See, but we could have a big section here. That could actually be really cool. Oh, there's already one here. Like... We can do some old string orchestration underneath this. That would be really cool. And then also, this patch, right now, it still feels pretty static, even though there is already a lot of movement happening in the patch. If I start automating these macro knobs here, I can really start, sort of like in certain sections, close it down a little bit so it sounds a little bit less big, like... See? And that's really gonna help in the intro section to kind of make it all feel a lot more expressive and really make it just so much more interesting, because right now it's already interesting, but it can be so much better. And that's why I've spent a lot of time on these macros as well. So we have this one. See, that really introduces random movement to the, well, not totally random, but it introduces this movement to the rate of this LFO. And I can mess with this one to change whatever it does. So now, not all low notes are going to be long. Some low notes are actually going to be shorter because of this LFO, which is really cool. And that can be fun to introduce in maybe sections where we need some variation. And we can sort of like use that as well. That's really going to help. And then we have this one, which is just a note modulator. So that's this connected to here. So if I bring this down, all the notes are going to be the same length. So that way we can create longer, higher notes if we have to. And then this one, this macro just simply controls this rate. So that's really going to be very fun to mess with all of those things, and that should make this patch a lot more. Oh, I actually see I changed something on this patch, on the final one. I added a sync to this oscillator here, and I believe, if I'm correct, we should automate that as well, because like this, it sounds a lot better for in the intro. And this kind of introduces some extra high frequencies, some higher resonances. So that can come in handy if we start maybe just resampling it for some variations or some extra bits that we can sprinkle in. Ooh, that one actually sounds really bad on the low note. And then there's this one extra thing here. It's this diode distortion right here. That one is also pretty good. Like, I'll show you what I mean. Like, if you bring this all the way down. So automating this is also going to help to kind of make certain sections a little bit heavier, other sections a little bit less heavy. So there's a whole bunch of options that we have with this patch to work it into a track. See, then we want to have it like that. Okay, let's see, what are we gonna do here? Let's see, we start... I also had to offset this one a little bit, because otherwise it would not hit in time. That's because of the portal and the reverb that's on here. It's just creating so much of a delay. It's delaying everything so much that it was just kind of like this first note was kind of... When I had the MIDI here, it was kind of coming in right here. So I was like, oh, just offset it to the left. That way it comes in right before. It comes in right before this one, but it kind of made sense how it felt and how it ended up here at the end. So let's see how we are gonna go into this section. Oh yeah, from this drum loop, I really liked that percussion hit. That hits, is it right there? Boom, looks like it. No, it's not. That one. And I was like, oh, that could be really good to add as well, something like that. Like... See, something like that, some percussion sound, so that was another one. And I think this is just a regular drum bass pattern, and that also works, which is pretty interesting. So that was really good to find out as well, that this pattern worked with a regular drum and bass pattern, because we probably want to have that as well on the track. Yeah, so actually almost everything works for some reason. Half time works, regular drum and bass pattern works, but also a really odd sort of like drum and bass pattern works. So not sure what we're gonna do yet. I think best option for now is to sort of like work on the intro and get towards this drop section. Shouldn't have to take that long because we already have pretty much most of the stuff there. Let me take all of this and drop that all right here. Then let's take this one and drop it right here. Grab that one to make sure. Is that the same one? Yeah. How loud is the audio, by the way, for you guys? Of the doll, like my voice compared to my voice, is it loud enough, or like can you still hear me talk over that subby impact thing and over the lead? Like, can you still hear me? I think the level is all right. It's good, okay. Because we had some issues in the past with other streams, in the past few streams. I really like that intro atmosphere. Opens a little bit too much, maybe, on this section here. Yeah, that section. That needs to go down. That's better. That's... Let's duplicate that, and then let's see if we can... Just gonna increase this a little bit here, so it doesn't close down all the way in this area. And then maybe add a little bit of an extra thing here. And I'm feeling the main lead is not gonna be introduced here yet. I'm just gonna move it to here. This one. Really have to sort of like fine tune it a little bit because we don't want to have it come up too much. In this section I need to change. Because isn't the Reese doing something else here? Yeah. A sharp to F sharp. A sharp to F sharp. This is all D sharp, I believe. Yes, so let's take these. Move them all to A sharp. Sounds a lot better right away. And then we have some... That is D sharp as well. We can... A sharp, what's the perfect fifth above A sharp? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, E, F. And then it goes to G or to what was it again? F sharp? Yeah, F sharp. Maybe be better, but Maybe. It's better at least than what it was, so. That last note was really good. That's really good. But does that sound the same when we played from here? No, huh? It's this arpeggiator probably. What does it sound like without the arpeggiator? I might just do it without. That way we can really tell it, for instance, that last one right here, we want to be high, so we could... And we can really control it. That way we can also say, I think it was right here, or right here. Yeah, probably right here. To be higher on this first note, or just have another note right here. So let's say D sharp. We could do an A sharp on top. Let's put one right here. Just adds a very little extra bit, but we do have to add a little automation for it. So that the filter opens a little bit here. And then we can even try maybe the minor third. Or the fourth. Or... Oh. We just want to have that one. Yeah, that's gonna be something to play around with. So like changing the pattern a little bit every now and then. Let's put in. Let's see, do we have some? Just to kind of have something there for now. Totally not what we need, but I probably have a better one. Let me check real quick. Where did I put those? Here. Let's see. Didn't Face have a really nice noise one that I can just chug in? There we go. Perfect. Thank you, Face. That one is even better. Nice and long. Like I might actually just have the same chord in this section first and then only change it at the end. And that might then also be the case in the intro. We need to add some more stuff in the intro here. Fill it all up a bit. Beautiful part about these chords is as well, let me show you real quick. This chord progression is in the key of D sharp, of course. So if we just quickly write the chords, so we have them. Let's turn this off, we don't really need it. So we have D sharp. For this long. Let me increase the level a little bit of this one. So we have D sharp to B to G sharp. And then let's do that. So let's make these chords. So D sharp minor. Then we have B major. And then we have G sharp minor. Now look at that. D sharp is in all of those chords. So the root note of our track is in all of these chords, which is really nice because that means we can just have a long D note up top somewhere, just extending through it. And we could even see this section here as maybe, I don't know, like these strings are a little bit slow, but you can even just see it as like a G sharp minor 7 chord for this entire section, or just okay, let's see, let's make a nice chord out of this. Say D sharp here, B, let's just do that for now. And Dun, dun. Probably F, what we should end on then. Yeah. It's gonna be F diminished. A sharp at the end, F to A sharp, and then the perfect fifth is F. Yeah. Or that C sharp could also work here, so... Quite a long section. Probably want to introduce it in this section here. But that's the main chords, I guess. We don't need the full chords here though. Let's see. I added those extra notes somewhere. What was it? Right here. Let me just mute those for now. Okay. I need to think real quick. Let's try this one. Try woodwinds. Chat is really quiet today. Really quiet. I can see it because the restream bot is like on my screen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It must be a new record. Is it just because people are only interested in fat wubs? big bases. What do we have in the brass patch? Oh, now it's on screen 6 times. Feel free to chat, everybody. Don't worry. We don't bite. I don't bite. Well, maybe. Depends on what you say, but... yeah, can play that many years. You're getting ready to wreck yourself tonight. Okay, we'll have a good one, I guess. Don't get too wrecked. I guess just strings it is then. Oh yeah, wait. I know which one we need. We need some high strings coming in or something in that first section. We can use this one or the harmonics, which is that this one? Yeah. We need to boost this one in level because it's really quiet. Reverb. Let's put some reverb on it. Needs to be very wet, actually. Very wet. Let's grab vintage verb. I'm actually thinking about making a preset pack for vintage verb. I've been doing a bunch of presets, and I think it would be nice to just make a whole pack with it and just release them for, like, I don't know, a couple of euros or something like that. Thinking about doing that for a bunch of plugins, actually. Like, I have so many effects plugins that I make presets for my own use, and I'm like, why I don't just put them online for, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 euros for one of the packs or something like that, you know, something cheap. I'm not sure where I'll do that. If you have any suggestions of, like, a place where I can do that and just without too much hassle, that would be great. Because I don't really know yet where I can do that, but I do think it would be nice, because I tend to get a lot of questions of people in, like, on Patreon or on Discord. They're like, yo, I see you using presets for this and this plugin, but I can't find them, and that's usually because they're presets that I make myself. So, wasn't there, what was that website called? I see a lot of people that use, like, in the graphic design industry, like in the 3D industry, use that a lot. What's it called again? Was Gumroad, I believe. I'm not sure, but that could be a solution, something like that. Yeah, we're just gonna have that high D sharp extending throughout. Let's just do this entire section for now. Can always make it shorter if we don't need it that long. That one, so this one. And then we're gonna just automate that mod wheel. Maybe that long. We can always automate some other stuff on top of it. And let's just do it up until here. Oh. Yeah, I'll see. But in the intro, it's kind of nice having this one. Oh, I'm actually hearing something in the reeds. So Something like that. Like really, we can do it like this. And then 2 A sharp, which is 1 note below this note. So but then down here, so we get that little we actually need dun, 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 dun. So try this. Like that sounds a lot more interesting than what we had. Now let me quantize it to that. That's a little weird. Maybe if we make it a bit shorter. That's better. Let's curve it a little bit. Maybe should we do a little one at the start here? That goes -13, so it comes from this note. That's pretty cool. I don't really like the last one here though, so maybe just have it like that. Probably just that. Something like that, maybe. See how that sits. Actually, what if we do this? Like that. That might be better. We do get a little, let's see if we can just, can we also do this at the same time? Just mono. Just so that we don't get any weird glitches between these. Oh, we can. Nice. That's good. Yeah, I know what we need here. We need... So it needs to go down here. Yeah. To, let's go down to F sharp here, which is really low. We get like, and then it goes back up on this one. So we get like from here to there. Maybe even longer. Oh yeah, of course. I shouldn't have done that like that. I could have just locked the automation, but whatever. And then we still need here. We need to start building towards this section here, where we're gonna drop. But I'm not sure how we're gonna do the drop yet. I usually need the intro first, and then I can figure out the drop. So that's what we're doing now. Should maybe bring in like another layer of strings here, just some very slight extra strings. So let's just copy this entire section, this entire thing here. And instead of using the harmonic patch, let's just use this one, which is also pretty subtle, but a little bit less subtle than the other one. Just put that in. And probably halfway they're gonna come in. Should rename these as well. Sorry. Okay, we need to build some tension here for sure. What can we use to build tension here? Oh. This is so weird. Every now and then, this patch bugs out. And this happens. I don't know why it happens. See? It just gets louder to a certain point and then it stops. And then it just stays there. It's really weird. Let me save the project and reload the project because that fixes it. So... one moment. We'll just quickly go into the little break section. Also, we have 28 people watching right now, but the chat is still so goddamn quiet. You guys are allowed to talk in this chat. Don't worry. Feel free. Let's see. Let me close the project. Or can I just do this? Does that work? Ah, it stopped. You have the same issue with Ableton? Yeah, every now and then it happens. It's really weird. But what can you do? I did update Ableton in the last week. There was a new update I saw. So I installed that. Quite a few things actually with the update. New pitch shifter device, pretty cool. I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty nice. But yeah, still some bugs as well that are still there that I kind of wanted to well, see fixed, but they haven't yet, which is a little bit of a shame. I think I should just restart Ableton because it's probably gonna freak out if I do this. Yeah, it's saying that it's not responding. Let me just completely restart Ableton. It's probably a better option when it is bugged. How did you make that sick ARP? I'll show in just a bit when Ableton is started. We are working on it now as well. We need to work on that section. I think I want to introduce that same ARP, but then with a different instrument in the intro. So like maybe like a bell-like sound or something like that. Your buddy updated his and he lost half of his plugins? That really sucks. I mean, I had to rescan my entire Ableton, all my plugins, because it definitely freaked out with me during the update. I was installing the update and it actually didn't install. It crashed during the installation, which was really weird. I had never had a program crash on me during the installation. But it had already removed the old version because I had told Ableton to basically, you know, just remove the old version of Live 11 and just install the new one on top of it, basically. But then it crashed, so I had basically my Ableton installation was completely bugged. My computer thought it was uninstalled, but there were still loads of files there that were not uninstalled. So when I tried installing it, it also freaked out. It was like, yo, this folder is already in use. I'm like, yeah, but okay, whatever. So I had to wipe everything, every trace of Ableton on my computer, backed up as much as I could. The only thing I forgot to back up were the couple of default presets for my devices that I had. Like, I think one of them was... Which one was it? Oh yeah, Operator. The default preset of Operator has like a pretty long release time on the AMP envelope, and that's something that I had changed. And yeah, that is not there anymore, but I'll reset those. But I had to reinstall all of it as well. And it had to rescan all of my plugins, which of course takes a bit of time. But it didn't really give me any errors or shit with my plugins, so thankfully that worked fine. I did upgrade my Valhalla plugins today. I saw that there were a couple of upgrades to the Valhalla, or a couple of updates to the Valhalla plugins that I have, particularly Vintage Verb, because there was a new algorithm in Vintage Verb that I hadn't seen yet, called the Cathedral Reverb algorithm. Now, you know I love long reverbs. You know I like using long reverbs to create interesting sweeps in my tracks, or interesting atmospheric sounds from whatever other sound I have. And hearing that they made an algorithm called Cathedral made me go, ooh, I should update. So at the same time, I also updated Valhalla Room, Valhalla Delay, and Shimmer, because I saw that I was a version behind on those as well. And that got me thinking, maybe I should just release my Valhalla presets as like cheap packs, like I said earlier. Like I'm thinking just maybe like, I don't know, €2 or €3, 4, maybe 5, depending on how big the pack is, but I don't want to go much higher than €5 for a pack of just presets for a reverb plugin. And just put them up on maybe, what is it? What did I say earlier again? What is that website called? Gumroad? Like, that's the only one I know, at least, like, of some place I could put them up for like a cheap price. Because hey, why not? Let me save this under a new version name before we move and do anything. Well, I mean, I didn't have any... Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, there we go. I didn't have any issues, though, with the update, other than that it crashed, and that I had to manually remove everything that was left. But other than that, after I just installed it again after that, it just worked fine, so... I don't know what that was, but... it happened. I don't know. Can't really tell why that happened. Okay, what was I doing? Was I doing something special when we had that? I was just playing something, I think, but... Like, we're still just laying down ideas at the moment, just experimenting. All of this is not set in stone, of course. Can still change. I do like that Reese thing now, with the little glides. So much better. Like, I'm not entirely sure about the end there. Yeah, installing operating systems, reinstalling those is a pain, I know it. I usually postpone those as long as possible as well. Usually when you get to the point of like, okay, I really need to get a new SSD drive for my operating system, that's usually when I go, okay, now I have to, you know, but it takes so much time to reinstall all your software and do all of that stuff. But then when you're done, you're kind of, you know, you're kind of happy with yourself because you have this whole fresh system that's just completely clean and just runs super smooth again, which is, you know, that's just nice. But the process is a pain, yeah. Especially, yeah, like all the software, that's usually the worst. And then you forgot one thing that you really actually quite still use quite a bit, but then you forgot that you needed to back up some stuff from it, or you don't know where the license is, or something like that, or you don't know your password to your account anymore, you can't log in to see your serial number. You know, that kind of shit. Always make sure you check all your, that you have all your numbers and everything that you need to reinstall everything, because I definitely had some moments in the past where I had to email a company and go like, yo, I know this might sound a little weird, but I can't get into my account and I don't know my serial number for this plugin anymore. And then you have to, of course, prove that it's your account, which can be quite a hassle, because how are you going to prove that? Especially if you then don't remember which email address the account is linked to. That's going to make things even more fun. Yeah, I had things like that in the past for sure, and that just taught me to make sure to save all of those things in one place so I know where they are. I actually have a whole folder on my computer which is just filled with all plugin licenses and all that kind of shit, all the license files and all that kind of stuff, and just text files with the licenses in it. Just have them all saved in one folder, so when I need one, I'm just like, okay, go to that folder. If it's not there, I'm fucked. Basically. Jack Sparrow it. Yeah, you could. I mean, it's not big. It was usually back in the day when I wasn't, you know, I didn't back anything up. I was young and stupid, you know. Young and carefree. I just did whatever the fuck I want. And then, yeah, sometimes you make mistakes, you know, and you learn from them. Yeah, so the ARP, somebody asked. Well, it's actually really simple. It's just that the MIDI is a little complicated, as you can see. And these notes right here, you should just see those as... Sorry. Like that. So, yeah, just the MIDI is complicated, basically. That's all there's to it. But really, it's not even that complicated. Like... If I take all of that away... Take that away. Or no, let's leave that one there. And that one as well, yeah. So we have this. Now it's basically just a main pattern. This is just the main pattern of the track. And actually this one should be like that, so that it's not overlapping there. This is just the main sort of like bass pattern of this ARP. See, that's pretty basic. And we need to make sure that these low ones are not overlapping, because then we get really bad distortion. So that's kind of what I started off with. And then I just started adding more notes on top of it. So I started with this first section, and I just decided, okay, we need a high note, and then one a little bit lower. And this is D sharp, that is D sharp, and that is D sharp as well. So it's literally just 3 different octaves. And then I got this. And then I started adding these two. So then that's where that pattern started coming together, right? So I started adding these right here. Basically this section. And now this is still a very basic pattern at the moment. And from here I just started playing around with like extra notes, and that's where it really became fun. So that's where we got those 2 extra notes that are higher, just hitting in front of these other ones. And then here and that just really gives it the final thing that it needed, you know? These extra ones, and then this really high one again. That one is then 1 semitone above this one, of course. And then we get that extra bit. And you can hear these are starting to distort, and that is because it's layered on top of this. on top of that bass note. So that bass note... See, that bass note hits in front of this one, and that creates some distortion. If we just play those by itself, you can already hear it. This one and that one with this one and that one. Let me play that. So here. You can hear that those distort a little bit with each other, and that is really what I was after, actually. And that is where the beauty of this whole patch comes from, I think. It's that when the low notes overlap with the higher ones, with the really high ones, they distort because it's all running through a distortion. It's running through, I think it's a tube distortion. So yeah, that is really where that all comes from. And then the patch itself is just very basic. It's really just a saw wave, just a mono saw wave with this one layered on top of it with some unison, running through a low-pass filter. The noise is there, but it's honestly not really doing that much. And then it's running through this distortion. Oh yeah, it's a diode distortion, the diode 2. And that's creating that sort of like distortion when the notes overlap. And that's basically it. A little bit of extra processing here, and then there's a reverb send right here that I'm using at the moment for almost everything. But I'm probably gonna put maybe some more creative reverb processing on this track itself instead of using the send. We can do some like sweeps with reverbs and stuff like that and really make it more interesting. But for now, just this reverb kind of does the trick. Which is 2 reverbs actually. Vintage verb. Just a very basic patch, and then this patch in Spark verb, which is very high pitched, has a lot of high frequencies and is very long as well. So you get a really sort of like almost washed out sound in that. And that's layered with this one. So that, yeah, that really helps. We switched to Bitwig. I wouldn't say switch, but if anybody can hook me up with a copy, I told that I told it to Alchemy as well. He wants me to try it out. Hook me up with a copy, and I'll try it. He said I should email the company behind Bitwig. Maybe I will. The granular engine does kind of look pretty interesting. I have to be honest. The granular sampler looks pretty cool. But I have been using the granular sampler in Pigments, which actually is now my favorite granular synth, so kind of using that at the moment. So what do we need here? We need... Interesting. Fast. That's weird. That's such a weird sound. Oh. My bad. Not envelope 3. A weird sound. Oops, let's put that there. Are we gonna... This is not gonna fit in this track at all. Okay, it's not bad though. Look at that low bump there. You can also see it on the oscilloscope. Like, as soon as this layer plays by itself, like, look at the oscilloscope. You can just see a very low oscillation wobble in it. Okay, maybe not. Maybe without this and without the... this. You can just see... Oh, no, I can't see it anymore. I could see it earlier. It was like a really... Like, not this thing, but I could actually see the middle line sort of like move up and down as if it was like a DC offsetting kind of thing. But it's not happening anymore, so forget what I said. Let's try the new pitch shifter. It actually fits, yeah, it kind of fits. So this new pitch shifter is quite fun. Not gonna lie. I don't think we have to do this. We just have this here. We can just select the track itself. Same 35, yeah. So now we have a MIDI input into this pitch shifter. That one sounds so cool though. Let's see. It's actually out of tune, this thing. Well, it is playing F sharp there, so that's correct. Oh, then it's not out of tune. Then why is it out of tune when the pitch shift is on and pitches it down with an octave? Good question. Pre-effects. It's definitely out of tune. If we do that. Not sure why, because we're going down with a full octave. Oh, okay. Don't need the MIDI input. So weird. Yeah, here. It is an overlay. It's an overlay that's on my master track here. Right here, oscilloscope. There we go. Wave candy. Yeah, not sure about it. Kind of fits, but I don't really think I like it. Let's save. And I'm gonna take a short bathroom break. So I'll just loop this section, because that's sort of like what we have at the moment. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'll go grab myself a drink as well, because I'm out of drinks. I'll be back in just a little bit. Moment, I'm just listening on my speakers as well. And I think I hear something for a top thing in here. Could be with a vocal layer. Like instead of this thing. Maybe a choir layer. A very subtle choir. Like not a big one, not like a massive choir, but just like a subtle one that plays softly, you know? One moment, muting the mic real quick so I can hear what I was thinking of. Let me actually just stand up a little and just see if I can hear that again. It was somewhere around here. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe a choir of some sorts could work there. The sub-impact is just from a library called Heaviosity Gravity. So, it's just from here. That one. I just pitched it to a different key. Because it was in the key of F sharp, if I'm correct, and I pitched it down. Let's see. Some kind of a subtle choir. Should I do Omnisphere? I probably can get something in here. Let's try this one, maybe. Or no, let's try this one. Yeah, it's really just a sketch at the moment. That main lead is kind of like the thing that is probably gonna stay. That's like the main thing, and I'm now just sort of like trying out different things around it to kind of see what works and what doesn't. And then we're just probably at one point gonna strip all the things that I don't like, and then we have left all the good bits, and then we just need to figure out what of that, what does that lack? What does it need now? And then try and make it better. But for now, we just need to try out stuff, basically. Just figure stuff out. Jesus, this library is large. Oh, come on. That's the one thing I hate about contact libraries. It's always just... like, even if you battery save them, some libraries are just slow. Some of them tend to speed up quite a bit when you do it, but some just doesn't. They do speed up, but not that much. I think it's probably something to do with the amount of samples or something, I'm not sure. Or maybe the size of the samples, I don't know. Could you guys speak in English so I can actually know what you guys are talking about? I don't speak Russian. Comrade. Anyways, let's see. Does this one sound nice? That would suck. It's pretty subtle-ish. Should be able to use it. Let's have that load. What city I am from? The Dutch city of Rotterdam. The city which has been in the news in the last couple of days, everywhere in the world, or mostly in the US, because we have to remove one of our iconic monumental bridges because Jeff Bezos' new super ship boat is too big to go through that bridge, basically. It's been in the news. I don't know why, but it's funny. There's even a Facebook event that was started by some Dutch people, and I think at this point like 6,000 people have said that they are going to attend the event. And the event basically says it's at the place where the bridge is. It's basically an old steel railway bridge, and it has to be removed because the ship is too big. this event that was started by somebody. I don't know who, but somebody started it, and it basically says throwing X at Jeff Bezos's super ship or super yacht, and it's at the day that it's supposed to go through there. So that's gonna be fun. Hey, supposedly he is gonna be the one that's gonna pay for it. So I said, like, hey, maybe he can then, you know, maybe we can slide in that little piece of barren land that sits at the foot of that bridge, because that's been sitting there for like 10 years not being used, and every person living close to it has been like, yo, it looks awful, why don't you fix it? So maybe we can slide that in. I mean, if he's gonna pay for it, might as well also do some maintenance on the bridge, right? Dude, that thing is so huge. That thing is so fucking big. I saw like footage of it where it was being basically, I think it was made in like a big hangar, sort of like a big warehouse, and then it was sort of like they use these huge sort of like, you know, these things when they move something really big, they have these things with like, I don't know, like 24 wheels on them, and every wheel can rotate independently from each other, those things, and there's just they can put it under something really heavy and super large. They use those to move the ship out of the fucking... Dude, that's not a yacht, that's a fucking cruise ship. It's literally like almost... Let me see. It's fucking nuts. Like, look at it. That's people. And this thing isn't even done yet. It isn't even done yet. That bridge is 45 meters tall at the highest point when it's raised all the way up. And it's not going to be able to go underneath that. So I'm not sure how many feet that is, but I think it's pretty damn massive. Dude, they even needed 2 of these things. Holy shit. I've seen these things used before. It's like a Dutch company as well that has these things, that makes them, that basically is hired all over the world to use these things. Similar with how like other Dutch companies that are really good with, like, you know, protecting countries against water and all that kind of shit, they're also hired everywhere. Like all those islands in Dubai and shit, they're mostly Dutch companies that are doing that. Because they're so good at it. But holy shit, they needed... This company is actually really close to where I live. It's like right next to where I work. But they had like 2 of them. That's insane. This thing is really massive. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, it's built upstream from the bridge. So, like, I'm like, hey, that thing is almost done at this point. So, what is he gonna do if we say like, hey, yeah, okay, but hey, we need like a little extra maintenance on the bridge. So, hey, that's what we're doing as well. You're paying for it, right? I mean, what is he gonna say? There's no, it's not like there's another route towards the ocean, so if he wants to enjoy his boat, might as well, I'm just saying. Dude, I would love that ship. Well, maybe not, actually. You imagine what the maintenance on that thing would cost. Like, just the maintenance on that thing alone can probably feed half of Africa. Like, don't get me wrong, but... And the crew needed to do all that shit. Like, it's just so nuts. Like, it does kind of show how distant these people are from society, right? It just that they are just like, hey, I'll just pay for you to dismantle the bridge. I don't care. It just kind of goes to show, right? It's like, cool. Do you really need a boat that large? Like, come on. Did you really need to make it that big? Like, it's the biggest one that company has ever made, and they are also specialized in making big yachts. So they're like one of the best companies in the world to make big yachts. So if there's one company that has made big ones, it's them, and this is their biggest one yet. So like, it's like, he just wants to flex. That's basically it. Like, come on, we all know it. He just wants to flex. He just wants to have the biggest yacht ever. But I was reading the story and I couldn't laugh. Especially when I was reading I was seeing like the video items on CNN and all that kind of shit, and like, like most people here are just like, as long as he pays for it, you know, for dismantling the bridge, whatever. Although, of course, a lot of people, when they saw the event about throwing acid at the boat when it was gonna pass there, everybody was like, I mean, even if he pays for it, I'm not gonna pass on that offer. So, I mean, I'm kind of tempted as well, let's be honest. But, yeah, other than that, like, if you saw, like, I saw a couple of news items from the US where they were going so deep into it, like, oh, but it's shameful that he demands that they do that, and it's not even Bezos that actually demanded it. It's the company that did it. The company is like, we have this huge boat and we cannot move it to the ocean, so we better fix this. I think he's now just being pressured in paying it himself because of everybody here, you know, all the regular people that are just like, he has to pay that themselves. We are not going to pay for dismantling that bridge. Like, we are not going to let the taxpayer pay for that because the company is not going to do that, let's be honest. It's like buying a small village that can float. Yeah, well, it's a pretty big village. Let's just say it's more like a skyscraper that can float. It's I think you can, if you would put like social housing size houses, apartments in that shit, you can probably fit a couple of thousand people in it if you wanted. Well, maybe not a couple of thousand, couple of hundred at least. But hey, that's still a pretty good housing block. A pretty good... Yeah, well, I guess maybe a very small village, yeah, would be correct then. But it's huge for a yacht. That's one thing that's for sure. It was quite funny though. Don't hear shit. Come on. Give us some volume. You can do it. Something like that. Gonna have to do some adjustment here. It's better. Kind of want to have a different patch though, something that's a bit more expressive. Maybe this one then, the EVI library, Ethera. That one is pretty expressive. I think. Come on. Yeah, it's just a regular vape. Yeah, it kind of needs to just overlap, even though it's maybe a long phrase to sing, but I guess a good singer would be able to. It does need to come in a little bit slower. So we need to offset this a little bit as well, because that's the thing with these vocal libraries, right? You don't want to have it on grid, because that's not what a perfect singer or what a singer would do either. Need to really play around with all of these. Did you save? I did now. I did now. And there's also some other presets here. So we have this one. And I also have Ethera 1, which also has a legato one that sounds slightly different. Doesn't have the presets, the different sort of like vowels, but It's lagging again because it's loading. This one sounds pretty nice actually though. Even though it's the version 1 of this instrument, I do kind of like it. We need to work on that last thing. I do think the second one is better though for this one. Yeah, this one has slower glide, slower legato, which is nice. And we have these, or if I'm correct, these are the key switches for this. So, what is that? That's C. Okay. So we can use that. We can say... Okay, so this C is the first key switch. So we can switch between the different... Let's see if it switches nice. Okay, not bad. What if we do it here? Does it switch halfway through the note? No. Only for new notes. Makes sense. So we can use these to... That one is loud. Ta-da. Dum. Let's also drown this one in quite a bit of reverb. Let's grab a vintage verb and grab one of my presets. The gorgeous chaotic hall is probably good for this. Why are some notes so fucking loud? Is it the mod wheel? Oh yeah, nice. We can play with that. Okay, let's work on this pattern again. Just want to make sure that these are in front of these other nodes so that they trigger properly. Try it out. Works perfectly. I actually quite like this patch for this track. I'm not sure if we will have it coming in here. We might have it come in later, but actually I do like it here already. We can maybe use it again somewhere in the drop, so like on the second B section or something. I'm going to try using this one for that note. See if that's going to sound a little better, and let's make this one a little bit slower because it's the first one, so maybe, yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's much better. You can try right here. I don't like that it gets that loud right off the bat with this one. This one is less loud, so we can use that one. And then let's try making the second half louder. So we need a second note for that, so we need this. But then we also need to make sure that we have a little extra thing doing a legato. So what if we just do that? So we get a little... Okay, that one sounded like shit. See, depending on which note we have in front of it, we get a different sample. It does kind of work in the mix, like you don't really hear that there's... It doesn't sound more like it's just, I don't know. What if we don't have that note? Yeah, I do think it's better with that note, so it just sort of like goes down a little. Yeah. Just put that one there. Okay, we need to change this last section. Ooh. Ending with that? That note is going to be nice at the end. Just need to have a different thing at the start here, in front of it. No legato. We need an extra section. So we just need A sharp, perfect fifth above D sharp, which is the next note, of course, that comes in. Yes, yes, that's it, totally. That's gonna work so well, transitioning into that next section. We can fade it out, make it so like, maybe even just make it play until the end of the sample. Let's just put that in there, let's just make it longer. Like that. So it should play the entire sample and then just stop and see what happens. Oh, yes. That's good. Just not happy with some of these sections here. Let's see. I think this one can come in a little bit slower. There's a couple of more. That's good. Let's see. That's better. Just need to make sure. Well, that's actually quite nice, so let's delete that one. And then this one, make sure it's in front of that note. Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. Ooh. That. Ooh, we can do that. It's a really long note. to be able to sing, but we're going for it. I haven't tried, no, but if I would have, if I would finish this music, I would definitely send it in. Because I know that they're always up for like pushing something that's a little bit more experimental or something like that, so yeah, for sure. Oh, why did it just stop there? Maybe there? Yeah, pitchments could work on this as well. We're 172. 172 beats per minute. Webcam will be back in just a little bit, don't worry. Okay, what can we do here? I'm actually hearing almost like another of this noise sweep here. So like right here. So just so like towards the end here, so like get another noise sweep and then that continues into the next section. Here we need to start building tension. Thinking what we can do for that. This one needs to fade out over time. Now we already have some volume here, so we can just do that and then just start going down. And that end needs to change as well, but come on, give us a good color. Yeah, okay, sure. kind of need sort of like the string elements and all that kind of stuff. We need to kind of have that morph into more synth-based pad, I think, or synth-based patch. So like getting a more bigger sound out of it that is also more electronic to kind of work towards that drop. What's the settings for the reset to start? It's very simple if I'm correct. No processing. There you go. Just a regular saw. And then one extra saw that's an octave up. And that has 6 voices. So I can show you what that does. Because we have this as well. So if we turn that off. No effects here either. Absolutely. That's how simple this patch is. So and you can hear there's some pitch bends happening, of course, which are happening in here. These interesting looking pitch bends. Those are the ones that you hear. Right, so that's that. Then adding this one to it. Which, as you can hear, is an octave higher than what it normally would be in as a as like the sub range or like the bass range. And then to give it a bit more of that sound of that lower register, I'm using AM from this one. So I'm applying the volume shape of this one to this sound. Hear the difference? It gets a lot more grittier and heavier as well sounding. Even though I'm low passing it afterwards, it just gets that sort of like it gives that this oscillator sort of like the something that is on the pitch and oscillation speed of this one to kind of make it sound as if it's lower, but it is not. Well, technically it's now lower. Like technically, because we are applying the volume shape of this one to this oscillator, we're basically kind of making it play an octave lower, even though it's not playing an octave lower. Just the volume shape of it is an octave lower, which is really interesting. But it makes it just sound heavier, and it really works well if you're making respaces, because it also helps you to make sure that the unison isn't really interfering a lot with the low, so like with the mono oscillator, because they're different pitches, right? They're playing at 2 separate octaves, so they're not going to clash as much as when we do this. Like you can hear it as well. If we have them at the same pitch, you can just hear that these two are phase canceling like crazy with each other. You can see it here as well. Look at the loudness difference every now and then. Boom. Every now and then it just shoots up in level, and it just gets so much more louder. But if we bring this one up, because it's higher, it's sort of like not clashing as much anymore. And especially if we don't have this one on it. Versus this. See, every now and then it just dips in volume or it increases in volume. That's when the phases of these either align or are completely misaligned from each other. And by having this one higher, you don't really get that as much. And even just low passing that gives you a really nice raise. And the beautiful thing of it is, if we look at this, the fundamental frequency of it is kind of always at the same level. It's not really dropping below a certain level because it's phase canceling with this layer. But we still get that unison sound, so like a nice wide raise for like liquid or something like that. So it can really work. But to just give it that extra bit of grit, even when you're low passing it, use some AM, or sometimes RM can also work, ring modulation, but AM I find tends to work best. And it just... See? Very clean. Grittier. So that's just a little tip I can give you. can you do those MPE pitch bends in any synth? No, the synth has to support it. But Ableton has rolled out an update, Live 11.1, which also has updated some of the MPE stuff. So now the synths that are multi-timbral, like I'm not entirely sure which synths do that, but I think like Omnisphere is one of those. They are not MPE, but they have other controls that sort of like predate MPE. That allowed you to do similar kind of things. It wasn't MPE, but it worked in a different way. And I think Ableton did an update as well to that, so that now those synths kind of work with MPE, sort of like as a workaround. But it needs to be sort of like enabled for the synth. You cannot do it with everything, which is a shame. But as we move forward, more and more plugin developers are going to implement it. And all new synths that are gonna come out from now on are probably gonna have it, because it's gonna be more and more a thing in that's used in the future, right? You've got all these interesting keyboards that allow these MPE stuff as well, where you can, you know, like slide your finger up on the key while you're pressing it down to like modulate something, and you get more and more of those MIDI controllers coming out. So it's only a matter of time until more synths start implementing that as well. Like maybe not older synths. I can imagine if those don't implement it, kind of depends if they are still updated, right? I could see, you know, synths that are still being updated today, even though that they're older, maybe implementing something like that. But there are so many synths out there that are just not even updated anymore. Don't expect those to ever get it, because they probably won't. But like new synths, if it's not in there, it's probably going to be something that customers are going to complain about. So there's no reason for you as a synth developer to not put MPE supporting your new synth. So yeah. But it's a really good feature. I love it so much. Especially the pitch bending, because you can exactly see on which note you're ending up, and you don't have to worry about that pitch bend range being 2 semitones, so that like maybe I want to do a very subtle pitch bend over a really long time here that only increases 1 semitone, but then at the end I wanted to drop down 2 octaves and then shoot up with 2 octaves into the positive side, you know? You couldn't really do that very easily with the traditional pitch bends. Like you could set your pitch bend range to like 24 or 48 semitones, something crazy big, and then sort of like, you know, calculate the values of whatever it would have to be roughly for it to be in kind of the right pitch, but it was always a hard thing to fiddle around with, and now you can just visually see where the notes are and where the pitch bends go, and if you want to make it longer or curved, then you can just exactly see, even like the curve, I can see that right on this 16th note, it's sort of like half in between a C sharp and a D sharp, or a C sharp and a D, right? If we zoom in, you can kind of see that right here in the 16th, well, maybe a little later, but let's say I wanted this 16th note to be exactly C sharp. I can now do that. Just curve it so that that hits exactly C sharp. If you wanted to do that. I'm not sure why you wanted to do that, but maybe if you're doing a really slow modulation, like for instance with a riser across, I don't know, 32 bars, you might want the halfway point to align at a specific note so that it aligns or sounds in tune with everything that's else going on in the track at that point, right? And you could do that with the traditional pitch bends, but it was a lot harder. Now it's just so easy, you just see it. And especially because it also works like if you have chords, that's the best part of it. Like if you have chords, you can do this as well, but for every note individually. So if you have a minor chord and you want to morph that into a major chord, you can just pitch bend the middle note up a semitone, and then your minor chord now morphs into a major chord. Try doing that without MPE. You're gonna need like at least a synth with 3 oscillators, or 3 instances of the same synth, or 2 maybe. Yeah, MPE is interesting. It's not been around that long, but it's really good. It's definitely going to be something that's going to be used a lot more going forward, I'm pretty sure. So on the end here, what if we do the go down 12? Oh yes. Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Like, if we take a serum real quick. Let's say we have the chords of this track, but I'm not going to write them in here. I'm just going to do a D sharp minor chord. So just do that. Let's invert it, maybe. So we have a nice chord, that, and then that. And then just extend it all the way. It actually works, even though we're not changing chords. That's the beautiful thing of this whole fucking chord progression. Like, look. I'll show you. This chord progression starts in D sharp minor. Then it goes to B major. But, look. If I put a B underneath here, we get a B major 7th. So that's still a nice chord. And that D sharp minor chord is in that chord. So that's nice. And then the next chord is G sharp minor. So what would this be? G sharp minor 9th. So that's also in that chord. The D sharp is also in it. So theoretically, a D sharp through this entire thing would just work. And it does, but we can also try out playing with some chord changes. So for instance, let's go to MPE. Halfway through, we want this one to go to... oh wait, let's first start with our inversion. That's kind of cool. Let's bring that one up. That sounds pretty cool. And then let's go this one. The bottom note, the D sharp, needs to become B. But that note is not really that close to B, right? This note, which is A sharp, is much closer to B. Let's change that to B. Okay, so now we have B, D sharp, which is the major third of B, and F sharp, which is the perfect fifth. So just by changing this note, which is the, what is that? The perfect fifth of the first chord, now becomes the, what is that? The root of the next chord, even though it's in the middle. And we can also, of course, do a slow one. So we get, I don't know, somewhere around there. And then here, we need to change to the next chord, which is G sharp. Now, G sharp, this note is closest to G sharp. But I think it would be nice if that one goes down. So that one, we're going to make it go down to D sharp, which is the perfect fifth above G sharp. And then this one is B. That one is going to stay on B, because that's the minor third. And then this one is going to go up to G sharp. So see, here we now have a regular minor chord. Where these lines end up, they end up on here, there, and there, which is a minor chord. So now... and it doesn't restart properly. We need to make sure that there's a little note there at the start. I think just a point is enough. Okay, not. I think it's because this loop is turned on. I think if we just do consolidate and have it like that, it plays correctly. It does not. Oh, nice. Nice. Thanks, Ableton, for doing this to me. Well, I mean, it's really easily fixed. Just make a very short... Wait, didn't I put a little note at the start of all of these? Why is it gone? Oh no, it's there. Just put like a really short one, but what I would do is just take the start of this, put it, come on, hold Alt so it snaps, and just put it there. And then let's say we're gonna bend up again from this one, so -3. So from here, this one goes from that B, so that's right there. And then this one goes from G sharp, like that. And then we can maybe do a fast one here, or let's just curve it for good measure. There you go. That bug is still not fixed, no. I would actually, to prevent it, I would literally just make this one long chord, basically, for the entire duration, and just do all the pitch bends in here, basically. So it doesn't restart any notes, there's only one chord there, and you're just doing everything in pitch bends. That way you'll never get that bug, unless you get to the end of the clip, and then it plays again or something, but... I actually think this chord change is sounding pretty good with this thing. Is the lead changing chords here? I don't think it is. No, it's sticking to the same chord, so we can just have that continue. Here it is changing though, but I might want to change chords there. That might be fun. Look at all the matte pitch bends here. Maybe that F sharp. F sharp to... What is it gonna be? F sharp major? Oh no, that's... diminished. No, also not. Oh yeah, major. Ah, nice. So it's again just a very small change there. It's completely out of tune. Because we don't have any pitch bends on this one. Let me bend them from that other one. I should just take these notes. These nuts. And then just move that one down. And then we're gonna change that automation to come from here. No, that sounds like fucking ass. What other chord do we have? F? F diminished, I think, is another one. B. B is closest to that one, so that one is gonna be B. B, G sharp. and F. No, B. What is it? What did I say? F, G sharp, and then... Okay, that's that. Let's see what we get if we bend from those notes. Do that. Do that. And that. Ooh. F diminished. Hello. F diminished to A sharp, maybe? We haven't used A sharp yet. F diminished to A sharp. Right around here. To A sharp. What is gonna go up and what is gonna go down? Let's just first get rid of all of these pitch bends. Okay. A sharp. What is that? A sharp minor? Yeah, A sharp minor. Let's try dropping that one down a lot. And then we get F sharp, which would be easy for this top note. That one can just go up a semitone. And then we get F. No. What do we get? Oh, that's not... I'm confusing myself here with this. What the hell am I doing? G sharp to A sharp, I said, right? Then it only needs to go up a semitone. Or 2 semitones. So there. A sharp and then C sharp. Yeah. So we could have that one go up to C sharp. And then the top note is F sharp, is that correct? A sharp, C sharp, F. Oh, that can just stay on the same note then. Let's see what we get if we do that. Might be better for the end here, but we'll see. Yeah, that sounds like crap. What else do we have? C sharp. C sharp. C sharp to... What is that? C sharp major, yes. And... Don't like that one. Let's just repeat that. Let's try this. Can we do the mod wheel in here as well? We probably can't, but we can do mod wheel, change that to MPE. That one. I assume that corresponds to the slide in here. So then we should be, then it's gonna be per node. That's annoying. Oh wait, I know. Mod wheel. And then we're just gonna do that. So I can just move it here. What is happening outside? I'm not sure if that is the dog of the neighbors, but if it is, then holy shit, I'm not sure what the dog is doing. Sounds like a demon. All kinds of weird grunting noises. Let's just put some stuff in here that is gonna add some tension, so like build some stuff. No, I can just chuck a riser sample in for now. Let's be lazy. Let's just throw one in. Risers, yeah, we got risers. 16 bars, sure, put it in. It's a bit slow. Would want that come up a little bit earlier, but and we totally need to work on the end of that as well, because we need to go into a drop. Now, I do have an idea for the drop, by the way. Let me actually copy this one. Save as well. And what I think could be really fun is in the drop, use the low notes from this one. So we can just do that. Move that over here. Let me make sort of like a bass similar to that plays these notes, and has like a similar kind of sound but just heavier. Maybe even make it from this one. Could have like some of them played by something else, like a Reese or I don't know, but follow along that pattern. So let's just put that in there, and let's just, yeah, we have drums here. Let's see what we get if we do that. And then I'll chuck the reverb on for now so that we have a little bit more space, because otherwise it's gonna sound really dry. And then something at the end here. Oh, that's not drums that we can that we need. Obviously it needs to be a lot heavier, and we're gonna use parts of those higher things on top of it as well. Like, I think this whole first section could be fun. Like, bum 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 boom, and then stop here and then make another thing come in. Like a Reese that does like similar pitch bends as what we were doing in the intro, but then like bigger. Like bum ba dum ba dum bum wow wow bum. And this one is probably gonna have to be heavier, maybe a slightly different patch from what is here, just heavier. So it sort of like works with bass. But that'll work. We're getting an idea for this track, and it's definitely slowly taking shape across this stream, which is a good sign. Does Logic have MP support though? I'm not sure. I would expect they have, but that vocal, man, it sits so good there. We can bring some breaks in here as well, so like start introducing some drums. But that vocal sits so cool in this section. I love it. That transition is good. I love it. Ooh. So, that's too high pitched for me to do. Right here. Something like that. Slower. It's a little bit annoying because the grid is not aligned here. Let me do this so it actually aligns properly with that and I can see what it's doing. So from there, and then let's see. Let's play around with some more of these key switches here. Yeah. Maybe go back to that one, then do that one to this one, and then end on that one. Yeah, that's better. And like we can bring this volume up because we've actually, this one is the mod wheel is almost all the way up in this entire thing, so we can use the mod wheel to make this more expressive. So oh, it actually goes down here, that's why it suddenly gets quieter. Yeah, now it makes sense. See, so now we can actually use this to make certain sections more expressive, which is really gonna work well. And then what I would even do after that is, like you can see I put a utility here, automate a volume, automate the gain on top of it before the reverb, so that you kind of, you so like artificially can so like accentuate certain sections, and that's really gonna help to make it feel a lot more realistic. So here we go up a little. Let's go down. Maybe go up here. I can't wait till I have my new MIDI controller. I can just do this with my hands again. Actually, I've been thinking there's this MIDI controller which is looks really cool. It's basically just a little block, and it's modular, so you can buy multiple of them and you can connect them together. And you can just buy, let's say, a block with a slider, and it's like one slider that's this big with like a nice big fat knob on top of it. And you can just take that, and then let's say you need, I don't know, you want to have a mod wheel, you want to have the expression, which is a lot of cinematic libraries use that, and then maybe the volume of the patch. You can just buy 3 of them, hook them up together, and you can just send the MIDI signal for those 3 things. So you just have 3 sliders next to each other. You can just put it on your desk somewhere because it's really small. I forgot what the name of it is. I have it saved somewhere. And then you can just use 3 sliders that are next to each other, which is really nice. I actually am thinking of getting one of those. Would probably speed up quite a lot of this stuff, because you can just move 3 of those sliders at once, which is really good. See if we can accentuate this area here. Pretty good. That's a bit loud. What if we do that instead? It's definitely better. Bit quieter though. It's a bit too loud for my taste. No, I don't think those are MP enabled. I don't think those support MP. Why are you so goddamn quiet suddenly? Come on. Really? Okay, whatever. That's kind of cool. And it's kind of nice as well. You can probably work the other stuff around that. Like we have this one. That's an octave up. Kind of cool as well. Those higher ones are really cool. And then drop to the lower version in here. Maybe? Let's automate some of these as well. So let's do this one, the filter envelope. It's gonna increase like that. What if we... Woo! I don't even need this one. I can do it in MIDI. Like, all I need to do is just pitch some of the MIDI up. Like, if we go in here, we can literally just make ourselves a version. Like, that's the normal version. If I do this, and then do that, we get what the other one is doing, but with the same bass note. So then it is kind of cool though, maybe doing that in front of the drop, because then we kind of get away from that low bass register for a bit to kind of reset your ears a bit. And that's probably going to help to make the section of the bass, well, because this drop is, I'm going to try and make it heavy as I can, but it is also going to be very melodic, just like what that other track is doing that I had been working on in a whole bunch of streams ago. Like let's say the first, what is it, 6 streams of the year or something, I worked on that. I think it's going to help if we have a little bit of a moment where we go up an octave, just so that we get a little bit of sort of like breathing room in those low frequencies. We're going to have some more stuff happening here. We might have some, yeah, a lot of automation towards the end of this, so that we can make sure it, I don't know, either opens up the filter or closes down while some other stuff is coming up that's really building tension. And then it comes back in the drop, but probably in a different way. Maybe just the first section with that, which I kind of like, although I think I want to do a different drum pattern than this. I had this break, which I really like. But obviously we're gonna need different drum sounds for it. But maybe that one actually sounds pretty cool for the intro, maybe. Oh. There's some filtering happening, yeah. Let's just do that. Like something in that rhythm. Could work pretty well. And maybe more in this section. Like this, I don't like all of the sounds in this loop. Like that's the main thing. I don't like all of the sounds. They're a bit too electronic, digitally sounding. Well, I could have digital sounding drums here, but they need to sound different than what these are doing. But the pattern, the rhythm of it, that's... And I do like these. Like these, I like. So I might leave those in and then replace it with some other kicks and some other stuff. But, you know, this, something along this rhythm would work pretty well in this section. Something like that. Do we want to have the impact here? It does kind of work, but it also kind of sounds nice without it. And it sort of like flows more into it, which is also pretty cool. Bum 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 bum. I do like it when they're really high pitched, those higher parts. Now we have all of these macros, and those are gonna mess with the sound. So we are automating one of them, which is the filter envelope. Let me get rid of this one. So we have the filter envelope, which is being modulated right here. But I want to mess a bit with these other ones. So maybe the LFO rate could be cool. Ah, damn it. Maybe LFO rate. Let's see. So we can play. Have it a bit shorter in this section. end obviously needs to change because that's the end in front of the drop. Or maybe we need another section, I don't know. I don't think so, but... okay, that should be good for now. Let's see what else we had. We had the node rate mod. That's controlling the amount of speed change on the LFO for the pitches. So when... I should rephrase that. When this is all the way down, all the pitches are the same length on the LFO. And when I bring this all the way up, and you can hear it better here. See, they're all the same length. And if I bring this up, and we can use this to change the speed of it, so... So we have that, but if we bring, where is it? Note rate. If we bring this up, then all the notes change their speed depending on what pitch they are. And the lower notes are slower and the higher notes are quicker. So that could be fun somewhere. I'm saying we keep this somewhere here. For this first section. And then we have that last one, which is that one? Node rate mod? No. LFO rate mod. That one. That is controlling, that is using this to change the speed of that LFO, which can be pretty fun. I'm using a little bit of it here, but let's just crank it all the way up, see what we get. Okay, a little bit quick maybe. But it's gonna mess with the LFO rate, which is pretty cool. Yo, Greedo. Maybe make it go down over time. We'll see what we'll do at the end there. We also have this one. We can use this one to but we're probably gonna have a different end here. We're probably gonna fade it out sooner, but we'll see. I need to piss. I need to piss, and you guys can listen to this. Hey, that rhymes. That was not intended, but hey, we'll roll with it. I don't care. I need to piss real quick, and I'll be back in just a little bit. And how late is it? 12:42. We'll continue working for at least an hour. So I'll see you guys back in just a little bit. Oh, my bad. I said, yes, this can totally work. I feel when it goes up to the higher octave, they get a little bit too quick, and we lose that distortion of the overlapping notes, which is actually the most beautiful part of that whole lead. So we should kind of play around, maybe bringing this one down a bit. So we get... Or leave it up and let us mess with this one. That's why that one is so quick. If we do this, it's slower. It's still too quick, but... What else do we have that we can change? Note rate mod and note... LFO rate mod and note rate mod. It's so... Oh yeah, of course, this one's going up a lot. So we can bring this down a bit. Then... There we go. Now we got the distortion again. And we can have it mess with some of these, you know, like some of the other parts. It's just messing with the speed of the other LFO, so it's really subtle, but... That's better though. I might just be able to make it work by just doing that, having it low passed. Oh, somebody said, is this voice alter ego VST? No. It is the Ethera... Which one is it? Ethera UVI 2 by 0G. Really nice library though. It has really nice legato. Like, it's not completely realistic, but for like this kind of stuff it works. But it has some nice sort of like accents and stuff like that with the pitch bends, which is quite cool. So, yeah, nice library. So that vote was loud. Yeah, we need something that already builds up here, like in this entire section basically, because otherwise it's not gonna cut it. This riser, it comes in too slow. Like it's all quiet here. We need something that's building throughout, maybe even this entire section, so that we already get that sort of like, what do you call it, tension. Not a return track. I wanted a MIDI track. Let's grab a long MIDI clip with a D-sharp note in here. And this grid is always annoying me. Do that. Let's save first. Let's grab pigments. Oh yeah, Ableton did a really nice update to with Alive 11.1 that I forgot to say actually. That is really cool. Do you know that you can, of course, like if I just do this real quick, now you can see the browser here. So if I go to my folder with project files and just go into here and pick one of these project files, you can see that we've got the project files, and then when you open one up, it's going to take a little bit of time. You've got all the tracks, right? So you can just go through the tracks and just say, let's go for one of these at the top because that's a little bit easier so you guys can see it. Let's say you want to have this track. You can bring that into this project, right? Just by dragging it in, which is kind of nice. But you know what they now added? You can now also do this. Click here. And you get devices. If I now take this and drop it right here on this track, it's going to take just the devices that are on that track. So if you have, let's say, an effect rack on a track that you want to use, you can do this for basically any track, and you can just drag the entire group of effects in, which is kind of nice. but we need pigments. Just wanted to let you guys know that was one of the things that they also put in. Let's make a new preset. And let's go for, I would say maybe the sampler with a granular thing. Let's just grab something, doesn't really matter. Granular friendly, sure. So let's set this up. Let's not use MP on this one. Make sure it's also disabled there. Yes, it is. Let's set a pitch bend range. What are we gonna do? 24. Oh, that's down. My bad. Like, we might not even need the pitch, to be honest. We could probably use some kind of a sample that has... And oh, I have perfect samples for this. In my Patreon packs, I put in the last one, in the last Patreon sample pack, I put some atmospheric reverb sounds. And if we just take one of these, we get that. So we can... We just need to make sure, oh, they're all in C, so we don't have to worry about that. That is gonna help us, give us some tension. So let's take this for the start, and then just do macro here to there. And then we're gonna move this one over this entire section. And then I'm just gonna click here so I can see where it ends. That's pretty good. Let's bring that down. Let's do... We do that. And then we're gonna assign this one to here a little bit. And let's do it to here a little bit, so it kind of gets a little bit louder and grittier. And then let's bring that one down a bit. And maybe bring it up a little bit with this macro as well. See how it's sort of like growing? That's really good. And we can maybe put this one on A sharp, so it's the perfect fifth instead of the root. Let's see what we get. That's gonna work. Let's try D sharp. Good luck, mate. I pray for you. I pray for your luck. Yeah, D sharp is better. We need to that lead thing already needs to go down quite a bit, or maybe get reverbed or something to so that it fades out a bit. And then we really need to start building tension quite a bit in this section so that we get towards that drop feeling, because otherwise it's not going to work. That actually might become quite a struggle, because it kind of feels like this needs... I might just have to do another section of build, but who knows. It needs to feel right as well, so... This is gonna be, that's the one issue with, that's the one issue with writing tracks like the one that I had been doing in this at the start of this year. It's just that there's so many little details and little things, like little layers of like, just a little extra string layer coming in there, and a little extra hit there, a little extra thingy there of like harmonics that are really high pitched on the strings and stuff like that. And it takes so much time to do all of that, but it does sound pretty cool when it's done, so... I do quickly want to check what it's going to sound like if we have some percussion in this section, but very light. So I have some sample packs in my folder here with drums that should have some loops that we can just chuck in to just check out if that would work. Drum loops, yeah, something like these ones. If I'm correct, these come... stuff like that, which can probably give us an impression if that would work. That could actually work here in the build, something like that. Yeah, that something like that is gonna work in that section. So like right around here, I'll just put this in here for now. Let me grab an auto filter. I'll just put this in here for now. But like something like this. It's really gonna help to lead us towards the drum and bass. This is gonna help a lot. Now suddenly this one comes in. Let me take that off. I can actually put this in here so that we get the same processing on it. Oh. Then I need to bring this one up. But yeah, that's gonna work in this section. Now we're gonna need a completely different drop. Like, we need something... We do need maybe a pattern like that. Let's just see what happens if we do... let me... they're doing this. They're doing that. But I'll probably only use that in the build. No clue what this snare drum sounds like, but... very quiet. Oh, wait. If we bring that up, then, yeah, we're gonna have a different drop. We need something a lot less full at first, so that we really let that bass pattern with that lead thingy that we have sort of like shine, and then sort of like, I think some raise needs to come in. So let's see. That means that we're not gonna have this one here, so that's just gonna be for the build, something like that. Which definitely works to bring up the pace here. And then I might even just take that. And then we're gonna go... I might even just have only a kick at first, so that we get dun, ka, and then the drums are gonna come in, if you get what I mean. That's gonna be so sick. That's gonna be really cool. So that means right here, drums will come in. Probably. Maybe already here. We also had this drum pattern, which was really cool. Oh, that was the one in the intro. That one. Which I really liked as well. But like pattern-wise. Then only one kick. Let's just see. Let me get rid of this one. And just mute all of that. Maybe that at first, like something like that. That snare is so fucking weird. Why is it so weird? Because of the frequency shifter, probably. Oh, it's just a really high-pitched snare. That's so weird. It's probably gonna go into regular drum bass pattern, honestly. More like yeah, totally. That's totally what it needs. Just a regular drum bass pattern. And while we're at it, obviously that's not exactly what we need, but we're just getting some stuff in there. Let's get rid of that kick. Let's get rid of that snare. Like, I'm hearing more bass sounds in here, of course. Like, we need we can, these ones here are gonna be replaced by Reese 100%. Like, if we just mute that, and oh, I should have just have had a good Reese now that I can use, but I don't. We can make one real quick. Let's just take a saw wave with another saw wave chuck you up a little, and then that one a little down. And then make sure they start something like that, maybe. There we go. Give it some. Okay. Okay, let's see. We need to control that, not with an LFO, but we need to just automate that. So let's see what we need here, because I am hearing... I mean, it needs to follow these notes. These nuts. We could just do that. Totally. Reese boy with another one here probably. So we can do that. Get rid of these. Then we can have a D sharp here, so something like that. D major note. These major nuts. Yeah, except they're D sharp nuts. These sharp nuts. These sharp nuts, boy. That's what they are. Because we're in D sharp. Obviously it sounds like crap, but don't worry, we need to... The drums are not even interesting at all. We just need to work on this first. Like, boom. That is kind of cool. So we have... Yeah, it's gonna come in different. Well, let's take... Which one is it? This one? That one? We can... Ow. And on the end of that one, if we... Let's turn that goddamn skill thing off, because it's fucking annoying. We can take you and drop you an octave. So we get that into the next note. That's really gonna help. And here as well, like if we... Wow. Like... What is that? Hello? Didn't I tell you to do pitch bend? You not pitch bending? Oh, you are. Slower. There's gonna be a lot of automation here on this thing to make it right, but that is gonna be worth it. Let's grab one of these. Why are you glitching? I don't know why it's glitching, but doesn't matter. We're just automating that bad boy. Those hats are just not working at all. But that's fine. We can drop in... How late is it? 1:26. Fuck it. I don't care. Who cares about time anyway? Right? I know you guys don't. There's 20 people watching right now. At least my chat is saying that. YouTube is saying 16. That means that there might be 4 people on Twitch. Hello, Twitch people. If you're watching. Hello. Let's grab an addictive drums. That's probably going to be a better option for the hats for this one. VST missing, dang it. Span, mixing key, and electron. Okay, well that's not too bad. Like, I'm not sure how many plugins you have, but that's not too bad. Might just need to update those or whatever, you know? Just check if you're on the latest version and see if you might have to update something. Oh yeah, I changed the patch of the default patch of addictive drums, so now when it loads up, right away we got my DMB kit. With all the nice processed sounds already in there, which is quite cool. So let's see what we can do in terms of the hats here. So first, probably that one, like nice and that Reese, the coming in sounds so fucking shit. Yeah, probably gonna have first like some hats just hitting on the beats there. It's probably gonna be all we need, to be honest. Let's do that. Super muddy immediately because of it, but at least it sounds a little bit better. Rid of this. Yeah, Yeah, it needs to do something else as well. It does need to follow these notes, but... Oh yeah, it's doing something. We just need higher notes for that to come through. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a good Reese patch for this track. Not sure if we're gonna be able to do that now because it's already quite late, so let's just work a bit on the build-up. Let's listen to it for a bit, and actually let's record it as well. Just see what it looks like for a moment, because we haven't done that at all. Let's have a little look. I haven't done any gain staging whatsoever. It's all just running into the master where there's a limiter, so there might be quite some stuff happening there that's kind of fighting for space. Yo, medic. One moment. It's going to be a tune though. I hear it already. Bum bum bum. Yeah, that just needs to be a lot bigger when it first hits. Bum dum dum. Bum 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 dum dum. Bum down 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 bum. Like rhythmic as well, maybe on those last little bits. Just gonna be a lot of work, but that'll be another stream. I don't have to work on Monday, so Sunday could be stream. That could be a stream. Let me just crank this up a little. See if we get a bit better of a... Was it a little bit bigger? Like the drop just needs to follow this pattern. Bum. We're just gonna follow a whole melodic thing for sure, but with heavy bass. Just like the other track, just have like some you know, if we're playing, let's say we're playing the first note of the bass line is D sharp. We're playing the D sharp, but then we can have a high note sort of like layered on top of it that's playing the A sharp, which is the perfect fifth. So you get that kind of harmony. And then maybe even higher than that, do like that minor third, so that it's really high pitched, so that it's not really clashing at all with the bass line, but it just adds a chord on top of it. So we're really sort of like keeping that harmony that we have throughout the entire thing. That is also what I did in the other track. And it worked so well. It kind of feels like that is the thing that you need to do to make melodic stuff work in heavy music, in heavy bass music. Like, this is not heavy yet at all, don't worry. Like I said, I need to do a whole, like, basically a whole nother session, probably off stream, where I'm just gonna sit for like another 8 hours, just like last night. Last night I came up with the first draft for this whole thing that we started this stream off with, and I think I just struggled with it for like 5 of the 6 hours, and then in the last hour at like 6 a.m. I suddenly went like, oh wait, that sounded really fucking cool, and I started messing with it, and within 20 minutes I had the first draft of what we started with today. So that's just those little moments you just need to get, and most of the time they do tend to come a lot easier when I'm not streaming. I don't know why, just sometimes is like that. Probably also because distractions of the chat and stuff like that. Maybe that kind of prevents you from really getting into the zone and something like that. But when I have that first draft, the streams are perfect to kind of just mess with it and experiment with it and try all kinds of stuff out and just throw stuff in there and see what works. And then after the stream, the day after, I always go through it and just listen to everything I did on stream and just start thinking to myself, is this good? Yes, okay, let's keep it. Is it bad? Okay, let's get it out of there, you know. And that way I do get to, like, the streams really help, you know. I just shut my mind off for like 5 to 6 hours and just experiment away with whatever I'm working on, which is definitely helpful. No way for me to at this point just go, let's watch a YouTube video and just end up doing that for 3 hours, which tends to happen sometimes, right? You guys probably know it. Melodic and beautiful. Yeah, but it's like, it needs to be melodic. That's kind of like what not necessarily all the tracks need to be very melodic. Like, some of them can be a little bit less melodic for sure. But they will all have this sort of like hint of cinematic kind of music in it. Because that's what I love, right? So why shouldn't I do that? It's like, for so long I've just been trying to make whatever music is doing really good at the moment, right? And I'm not saying I'm not letting myself be inspired by whatever is doing well at the moment. I definitely will. But at the same time, I'm also sort of like thinking like, you can kind of keep pursuing stuff like that, and it's great to get better at what you do. It's great to learn. Like, if you want to get better, you need to fucking just see what is doing good right now, and how the hell do I make that, you know? And for the longest time, you're probably gonna figure out how to make that sound long after it became popular, and by the time you know how to make it, it's already sort of like on its way out, right? But at some point, you do know all these things and how to do it, and then you just need to start thinking in a whole different way. Like, at first it's always like, at first you're thinking to yourself, how can I achieve that? How can I achieve that? Or how the hell did they do that? You know, those are the thoughts you have at first, but then you kind of know how to do all of it. And then you kind of need to just reset your brain, and that's kind of a phase I'm in right now, because I need to tell my brain, okay, now you know how to do all these things. You have no excuses to go like, oh, how the hell do I need to make this? No, you just need to figure it out, because you know how all the tools work. So you need to just think to yourself, okay, what can I use from all the things that I learned to achieve what I have in my head. And sometimes that's a puzzle, for sure. Like figuring that main lead out. Last stream on Wednesday, I didn't have this. I was messing around, making sounds for a track, and I wasn't even sure where I wanted to take it. I had an idea in my head, which was similar to this. It wasn't necessarily exactly this, but it was a similar thing where I wanted a lead that did some interesting distortion things. That's kind of the thing that I had. I had a different pattern in mind, but I ended up with this, and I really like it. So the pattern was a little bit less complicated that I had in mind, that is for sure. I had a more sparsely pattern in mind, but I ended up doing that with all these extra high notes, and that kind of worked. It was, what I had in mind was following the same sort of like root notes though, so that kind of stayed. But I wasn't sure how to make it. And now, like, I just did, and then after the stream, I just started messing a little bit with it, and that's when I made the first version of this patch, which is, oh, I actually still have it. I actually still have that first version of the patch. Still have a bunch of things here that I started with. I think it was this one. No, was not. It was this one. See, it's not even arranged in MIDI or arranged in actual. It's using an arpeggiator just with these notes feeding into it, and that's what I started with. And then I did another session last night. That was a session from like 1 a.m. until 6 a.m. or no, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. until 7 a.m. And at like 6 a.m. I got suddenly the idea, and that's when I found the nice part, and I was like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. That's when I found that thing. That. After like this session of resampling, that's like 8 minutes, and then right here at the end I heard a piece, and that made me go, ooh, wait a second. And that's when I started arranging this thing in the last hour. And it was literally just this. And I was, wait. And I was like, okay, what is that doing there? And I saw that, oh, that's because these two notes are just slightly off and just overlapping. And that is then going into this low note, and that is then overlapping with that higher one, which makes that one distort again. So, and I was like, ah, because if we do this, that one is really clean, see? And if we take that one away, they're just really clean. It's all because they're stacked, because they're layering, that they're starting to distort, and that made it sound so beautiful. And that was when I went, so that was what I was after. Now I know how to make these kind of things. It's just that I was just completely lost in the last stream. I was like, how am I going to achieve that? You know, I was messing with distortion. I was doing all kinds of stuff, but I wasn't thinking about maybe I should have the notes overlap so that they start doing that. And that thing, that little part, and had a couple of extra notes as well. And I just started thinking, okay. And then that whole pattern came together. And from there is what we have now. See, and I'm doing similar things. Like that one. Ooh, that one. See, you get that really interesting distortion just for a little bit. It's just so interesting. And it's only because they're overlapping that we get that. That one as well, that high note there. It just sounds so nice because of that other layer, because of the other notes underneath it, like that one. It's so nice, these, and like, I can show you really quickly, like, we can make really interesting ones if we just, this is A sharp over D sharp. If we turn this into C sharp. Even if it's just the same note, an octave up. Just adds a really cool sound. Like if we do... So you get this really interesting harmonic distortion, exactly. And it depends on the note, of course, because not every note is gonna sound good. But you can really play with it to kind of, even sometimes maybe, just to really shortly just introduce that harmonic distortion. See? It just comes in ever so slightly there. Which is so cool. And you can really control where that is just by adding a note. Like this one that is a semitone off. And there it of course doesn't work that well because it needs to be close to where this one starts. But it's pretty cool. For now, let's just get rid of the rees, so we have a bit more of a better thing there. Vocal fits really well, though. Oh yeah, we were working on that layer as well. Kind of fits. Let's try out a couple of different samples. I have a bunch more that we can try out. They all are gonna sound slightly different. And I think it's gonna be even better if we have another note in here, so... Let's try an A sharp, so we get the perfect fifth, but then an octave lower. Or should we just do a D sharp, an octave lower? Sure. Bit of a choir sound. Oh, actually. Bum bum bum. Actually, I kind of like it. Interesting. Dun, dun, dun. See, that is one of those moments that I had as well in the middle of the fucking night. Well, it is the middle of the night, so... Ooh. That kind of wasn't really nice. What if we do that one there? I kind of like it though. Yes, going up to, what is that? What are we going up to? C sharp. Okay. C sharp. That is G sharp, F sharp. What should we do? Not sure what we are going to do there. That one transitions back into the first part. that should also transition good. I do kind of like F sharp more. Is that kind of... That's kind of better, I think. Okay, interesting. Still don't think that's gonna be the pattern for the drop, but we can use parts of it. It's 2 AM though, so I'm gonna stop streaming. Thanks everybody for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm probably gonna stream on Sunday as well, so might want to tune in on Sunday. And actually, I'm gonna give you guys this intro a couple of times now. So yeah, I'll be back on Sunday, probably. I'll let you guys know on Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord yet, then please join using the link that is in the chat right now. We are almost at 2,000 members in the Discord, which is pretty crazy. Oh wow, that actually looped really well. I'm amazed with how well it looped. So we're almost at 2,000 members in the Discord. I was looking at the amount of members earlier today and I was like, whoa, that's a lot of people. So if you're not a member yet, join. If you want to help support, you can always support by making a donation. I'll put the links all in the chat right now. You can also support on Patreon, where you can also grab samples every month. I am currently working on the samples for this month, so if you have any ideas, let me know on Discord what you want to be included. I'll put some stuff in there. So that's gonna be it. Like I said, I'll probably be back on Sunday. I'll let you guys know on Discord, and that's gonna be it for tonight. It was fun. I'm probably gonna work a bit on this tomorrow, so by Sunday it has probably taken a bit of shape, and there's a good chance that I will have a sketch for the drop. So that'll be it. I'll see you guys again pretty soon. Thanks for watching.